sports.
We are the Fourth. We are so.
Little fly ball. Braves win. Dansby walks him off in the bottom of the ninth inning. Can't start your home record any better than the Braves have done here at SunTrust Park. They've won their first 4 games in their new home, 5 in a row overall. The Braves feel sky high as they take on the defending Eastern champion Washington Nationals for the first time tonight. Hi again, friends. Chip and Joe, welcome to the ballpark. The Braves are playing great. They've gotten back to 500. Talked about an excellent pitching matchup on Braves Live. That's one of the featured performances this evening. 2 of the game's great hitters square off tonight. Freddie Freeman for the Braves, Bryce Harper for Washington.
And they're both getting off to great starts for their respective teams. Bryce Harper's hitting a ton. Freddie Freeman is hitting a ton for his ball club. Harper's coming to town after a day off yesterday. Their last game was a walk-off homer to center field against the Phillies. Freddie last night, a home run to tie the game in the 8th inning, and the Braves won it in the 9th. Take a look at what they've done already to start the season. Harper already a .333 average. In last 7 games for Freddie Freeman, amazing average on-base percentage, plus power built in. 2 homers, 2 doubles last night. We've got 2 of the featured guys in the National League going at it tonight.
And the Braves have a little payback in mind for the Nationals, who treated them very rudely in 2016. Beautiful night for baseball. The Braves and the Nationals lineups. First pitch coming right up. Continues at SunTrust Park as the Braves meet the Washington Nationals for the first time here in 2017. The Braves are rolling. What an exciting finish to the Padres series last night, and Dansby Swanson was really fired up, understandably so, Joe. That might be, well, the biggest hit for him in a long time, because he was in an extended offensive dry spell before the 9th inning.
Had I only known that it all had to do with sunflower seeds, I would have made the switch, and I might still be playing. But it certainly worked for Dansby last night at the suggestion of Freddie Freeman to change sunflower seeds to change your luck, and it certainly worked for him there in the 9th inning, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
The Braves have been talking about tightening up their defense. That is exactly what's happened during this 5-game winning streak. The best home start for the Braves in a long time. Peterson, Inciarte, and Markakis left to right in the outfield. Garcia, Swanson, Phillips, and Freeman around the horn. Kurt Suzuki behind the plate. Apparently some good news regarding Tyler Flowers before the game.
Yeah, we watched him work out a little bit. He was running the bases, and I think he's been cleared to pinch hit at the very least. We might see him back in the lineup in a day or so. Let's hope that stay off the starting lineup won't be too long.
So Mike Foltynewicz makes his first start in a while for the Braves, and you look at his career numbers against the Nationals, you like his chances tonight.
I do, and his first and only start so far this year was way back on April 7th at Pittsburgh. 4 innings, gave up 2 runs, but took the loss. 1-0 last year in 2 starts against the Nationals. Pitched really well and really got their attention. They are very respectful of what he can do and how hard he throws. His 4 keys to pitching success today. Number 1, OBP, on base percentage. This Nationals team up and down their lineup have very high on base percentages, so they're going to get their hits. Don't walk anybody and help their on base, because that really leads to problems. And Miami change. When he got an outing out of the bullpen down in Miami, he gave up a couple of runs, but boy, oh boy, did he have a great changeup that he was working on in a game that had become a runaway at the time for Miami. And if he can employ that with his fastball tonight, I expect great things from him.
And Joe, another thing I'm sure for Mike, keep his emotions in check.
Always. Yeah, it's first and foremost.
So the Washington Nationals enter play tonight with the highest batting average in the National League. It is a team hitting .283. New man in the leadoff spot, Adam Eaton. They gave up a lot of prospects to bring this young man over from the White Sox, and he's really set the table well for Bryce Harper and company, who's hitting 3rd.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. .434 on base percentage, hitting .326. Great pickup, just what the Nationals needed at the top of their order, and to play good defense in center field.
And that's allowed them to move Trey Turner to shortstop. Turner, as Kelsey reported, is still hurt. Might see him in the lineup for Dusty Baker here tomorrow night. So Mike Foltynewicz to work. His first of the night is a called strike, says C.B. Buckner, and we're underway.
C.B. Buckner, patience, keeping emotions under control. He may not get all the calls he wants. Keep that in mind.
Eaton skies one toward left. Jace Peterson near the stands and the line, reaches up and makes the grab. Eaton retired on a pop out, 1 down.
That-a-way, good play. You might remember in the exhibition game, Matt Kemp went over and was trying to catch a ball on that railing, and it didn't have any padding on it, and he banged into that and hit pretty hard. You can see now there is padding on that railing, and that helped Jace a little bit here on this catch.
Not a lot of foul ground in the corners, but that catch appreciated by Mike Foltynewicz. And that'll bring up Anthony Rendon, the Washington 3rd baseman. Comeback player of the year in the league last year. He's off to a bit of a slow start this season at .205 and 4 RBIs.
Slow start, but he's already coming around after the slow start. He's 6 for his last 18. Was battling a little bit of a wrist thing at the beginning of the year.
Ooh.
See what I mean? You just
missed.
never know. So you got to just bear with what's going to happen tonight behind the plate.
1 ball, 1 strike for Anthony Rendon. Rendon's only walked twice. He's struck out 10 times so far this year. Way ahead in the count. And a bouncing ball toward Dansby at short. He'll vacuum that up. And Freeman had to try to scoop it out and couldn't make the play. So Dansby didn't get much on that throw from shortstop, and Rendon is aboard. A gift error from the Brave shortstop, Dansby Swanson.
I don't know why he didn't put more on this throw. Gloved it fine, got his feet set, and then a little bit of a sidearm flip. Air it out over there.
So here's Bryce Harper. MVP 2 years ago. Some have said last season for Bryce was a disappointing one. This year he's having a monster April. Already 13 RBIs, 4 homers, including 2 homers in the last game. As Joe mentioned, the Nationals were down to their last strike against the Phillies, and Bryce Harper unloaded with a game-ending 3-run homer to straightaway center field. There's a strike. Even count. Harper 2 years ago hit .330. Last season, .243. His home run power dropped from 42 to 24. His RBIs 99 to 86. But his steals increased from 6 to 21. So he did some things on the base paths, and some say Joey might have had a shoulder problem that the Nationals tried to keep under wraps.
I know this. He looks to be in great shape. He looks jacked, like he really worked out hard in the offseason compared to last season. He was already solid.
2 balls and a strike. And a vicious cut, fouled straight back. And Harper now a 2-2 count. Harper has long been a thorn in the side of the Braves. 16 career homers and 42 lifetime RBIs. Strike 3, got him inside corner.
He giveth, he taketh away. This was the same pitch that was called. In fact, that was a worse pitch than was called a ball on Rendon.
So Foltynewicz has the game's first strikeout. Harper caught looking, but he's not out of the woods yet, because here comes Daniel Murphy. A lot of folks said no way Daniel Murphy will do this year what he did last. He's proving them wrong here in the first month. And he swings the first one and skies it towards center. Inciarte is there, and a good start for Mike Foltynewicz. He pitches around the throwing error. Here come the Braves at home against Max Scherzer.
Base for me, Freddie, Markakis, and everybody else, man, because he ain't no home run hitter. Just right now. Tell him that.
Well, yeah, he is a home run hitter. Look what Ender Inciarte's done in his last 5 games, leading off for Atlanta.
That kind of is a home run hitter to me right now, as he said.
Yes. And Paul Bird will have more on Matt Kemp a little later on as the Braves take aim at a man that's tough to beat outside of D.C., Max Scherzer.
How about this? His last 9 road starts dating back to last year, 8-0, 3.12 ERA. And in fact, since the start of the 15 season, he's 22-9, and that's second in the majors for the most wins since the 15 and 16 season. 93 to 96 on his fastball, slider, and a hard John Smoltz type slider, changeup, and he'll use a cutter off his fastball too.
So Max Scherzer's first of the night is tipped into the glove of Matt Wieters, and the Braves' first inning is underway with a swinging strike. Ender has not struck out in his last 24 at bats. That'll be put to the test tonight with Scherzer on the mound, who has no-hit stuff just about every time he takes the mound.
And he's fashioned that no-hit stuff a couple of times.
Nothing in 2. And Ender fouls it away. Great stat I saw today on Max Scherzer. He has taken a no-hitter into the 6th inning 9 times in his last 68 starts.
Well, he's been an all-star each of the last 4 years. 2013 American League Cy Young winner, and last year's Cy Young winner in the National League. He went 20-7 with a .296 ERA.
A good cut by Ender, who's still alive at 0-2.
He was originally an Arizona Diamondback, made it to the big leagues with them, was the #1 pick for the Diamondbacks in '06 out of Missouri, and then traded to Detroit before becoming a free agent. How about these rings, Chip?
That is impressive. Now the 1-2 pitch is grounded toward first. Zimmerman will flip to the pitcher, and a two-handed grab by Scherzer turns into the first out. So Ender rolls out. One away for Dansby Swanson, last night's 9th inning hitting hero. He'll bat in front of red-hot Freddie Freeman. Markakis 4th, Phillips 5th, Garcia, Suzuki, Jace Peterson's in left, and Mike Foltynewicz bats 9th. Braves enter play with a .266 team batting average. They've hit 15 homers and have a run differential of -2. That's been slowly whittled to a much more acceptable rate because of the Braves' 5-game winning streak. High fastball. Dansby missed it. Strike 1.
Scherzer's batting average against coming into this game is .178, and right-handers are only hitting .167 off of it. There's the slider.
Dansby was 2 for 28 before that 9th inning hit that sank the Padres, and now he's behind 0-2. And he couldn't check his swing. There's the first for Scherzer. 2 up, 2 down for Max. So here's another fun matchup. Power versus power. Freeman versus Scherzer. Freddie's got a home run against this guy. That happened last April. He's hit 5 this season. One ball, no strikes. Stiff breeze blowing from left to right toward the Coors Light Chop House. And out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes for the Braves first baseman. I believe Harper had homered in the top of the first inning. Freddie homered in the bottom half, and he's got a single here with 2 outs to break up any chance for a no-hitter for Max Scherzer very early tonight.
A lot of off-speed pitches. 1 fastball in that sequence, and he fouled it back. And that last pitch, really something Freddie saw a lot of last night. 84-mile-an-hour pitches from Weaver. He tried to turn that over just a little bit. It was a changeup, and you could see a little screwball-type spin from a circle change, and Freddie stayed right on it.
Is there a carryover from Jared Weaver's 84 to Scherzer's 94 from game to game tonight?
I don't think so, because they got some hard throwers in between those two guys last night from the San Diego bullpen.
So a 2-out hit puts Freeman at first. Nick Markakis the batter. And that's up and away, ball 1.
In fact, I asked Freeman today before the game about the 3 fastballs he saw from Booker before he hit the tying home run. I said, how were you able to connect on the 3rd one? And he said, just seeing it timing wise, plus I'd seen a lot of 84 all night, so that was really fast. Those first 2 pitches were really on me. Which speaks highly of these guys' ability to make adjustments within an at bat.
That was one of the more dramatic home runs that Freddie Freeman has hit. And a great display of emotion by the Braves first baseman as he rounded first base, tying the game in the 8th. Atlanta won it in the 9th. And yes, I asked Freddie if he got a kiss from Charlie today. He said yes. So he's already off to a good start here in the bottom of the 1st inning. And fouled back by Nick. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Scherzer may have gotten away with one there. Nick had his 10-game hitting streak snapped yesterday. Ready to start another one tonight.
Whoa, late time called, and Scherzer came tumbling off the front slope of the mound.
That was late. I'm sure Dusty Baker didn't like that.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Bounce to Zimmerman, and he'll make the play at the bag, and that'll retire the side. No runs ahead, a man left. Scoreless first in the books in Atlanta.
To you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, official sporting goods retailer of the Atlanta Braves.
Scoreless game. We head to inning number 2 at SunTrust Park. Ryan Zimmerman, Jason Worth, and Matt Wieters are coming up on a very comfortable, breezy night. Game 1 between the Braves and Nationals this year. Ball 1 to the Washington first baseman, who's off to a .333 3-homer start. the middle. Dansby gives ground and can't corral it. So Zimmerman's aboard in the second inning, and Foltynewicz will go back to the stretch with Jason Worth coming up. So that's their first hit, but they have lots of guys that are hitting well.
Well, this is why they're leading the league in hitting, batting average wise. Jason Worth, number 6 on that list. He's coming up. One thing about he and Zimmerman, they are racking up some strikeouts. Worth has 14 of them in 40 at bats.
Double play ball. Brandon Phillips, an easy turn. 2 for the price of 1. Bases are empty. 2 out. And now Matt Wieters is coming up. Wieters was out on the market for a long time until the Nationals came a calling. Remember, they had Derek Norris, and they let Norris go down to Tampa Bay. And this guy has been a terrific player for a long time over in the American League. A 4-time All-Star, 2-time Gold Glover. And a short commute from Baltimore to D.C.
And a former Georgia Texter.
Wieters has a homer. He's knocked in 5 runs, batting .314.
He loved hitting in Baltimore. Camden Yards in that short porch.
There's the change.
Yeah, love it. Circle change and a beauty. That was going to be a strike even without a swing.
Two balls, 2 strikes. And fouled away. How much does Mike have to throw that pitch to put it in the heads of the Nationals hitters?
First time through the order, if he just showed it to him one per at bat, I think it would be good enough. But I think it's an out pitch for him the way he used it in Miami, where he doesn't have to blow somebody away at 97 to get a strikeout to end an inning.
Two and two. Wilmer Defoe, the shortstop for Washington, waits on deck. And the payoff pitch. Missed down and in, and Wieters is aboard with 2 outs. With all due respect to Wilmer Defoe, the Braves do catch a break in that Trey Turner's not playing tonight. He's coming back from a hamstring he injured on a stolen base attempt in the early days of the season, and Trey Turner has destroyed Braves pitching. Defoe a little late, down a strike.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice problem for Dusty Baker to have when Turner comes back. Does he want Turner to lead off or Adam Eaton? Might depend on the pitcher each night, but either guy would be very capable. A lot of speed at the top of the order. And this is a good team. Make no mistake about it. The starting pitching is good enough to get them through the National League East again. If they have a soft underbelly right now, it's probably their bullpen.
Yeah, Dusty's bullpen's given up 10 homers so far this year and a 6.25 ERA. Little dribbler hits slowly to Brandon Phillips at second, and close play at first, and Defoe out on a bang play. He wants Washington to take a look at replay, and the Nationals are going to at least see how close this play was at first base.
Got him. Davey Lopes is their first base coach, and he did not tend to agree with Defoe on that call.
And apparently the Nationals will not challenge the play at first. They strand a runner in the second. Still no score.
Bottom of the second, let's talk a little Matt Kemp. Hamstring feels pretty good. He's ready to play. He's going to go to Gwinnett tomorrow. He's going to try it for 1 day. If it feels good, he's going to come back. If not, he's going to say 2 or 3 days. There's no reason to rush. Asking Matt, he's not worried about it. He was quick to compliment his teammates, the offense, the team chemistry, and he said he's not worried about catching Inciarte's home run total. Back to you guys.
I don't think he ought to be, Paul. Great report, and it will be great to see Matt get back into game action and join us before the end of this homestand.
Obviously, the worst part of it was losing his bat because of how he got off to such a great start in New York. Just tearing it up, 6 for 12, homers and doubles. What a shame for him that he's kind of got to start over.
A strike to Brandon Phillips leading off the second. Yeah, I'd say that's a good start.
Yeah, he had 2 more hits in Pittsburgh before he got hurt.
Out of play foul. Speaking of Pittsburgh, that's the big story in baseball today. Another terrific young slugger got stung by the PED suspension. Starling Marte will be lost for 80 games to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He was suspended today. And if you recall, he was one of the main reasons why the Braves were swept up at PNC Park.
No doubt about it, and including a walk-off homer on the last game. I have so many different feelings about the continuation of these guys that keep violating the drug rules and think that they can get away with it.
Phillips didn't get it. He's down on strikes one way.
The penalties aren't stiff enough. They keep penalizing the individuals 80 games. Okay, so he comes back. He's going to miss half the season. He's going to forfeit a lot of salary. He's going to come back, play, make the rest of his salary, become a free agent down the road, and cash in again. Until it gets stiffer, until there's a lifetime ban for a violation, or penalizing the teams for every game that he's played in. Pirates ought to forfeit those games.
As Adonis Garcia bats, I agree with you 100%. I thought maybe any game in which he drives in a run or scores in a run is forfeited. It'll never happen.
Well, I know it's professional compared to in this case I'll say NCAA football, but think of all the probation problems that teams have had and had to forfeit championships and games due to an ineligible player. To me, Starling Marte was ineligible.
2 balls, no strikes. Fouled away, 2-1. And it's a shame because He's a great player.
Well,
And now you have to wonder,
yeah.
is he really great or was he chemically enhanced great?
And this excuse of, well, I didn't know what I was doing or what I was ingesting or whatever. No, that's not the case here. Paul Bird looked it up for me, and what he was tested positive for it can't be taken orally and I'll say do its job. It's got to be injected.
2 balls, 2 strikes. So the ripple effect of that is obviously the Pirates lose a big bat in their lineup. Now Andrew McCutchen has to go back and play center field after all the hue and cry about moving him out of center field and nearly trading him away. Well, now McCutchen's back in center for Pittsburgh. High towering fly ball to right. Bryce Harper will have plenty of room in the corner, and he makes the play for the second out.
Wynn pushed that ball toward the line.
Kurt Suzuki's the batter. Kurt's off to a 2 for 16 start at the plate. He squared up a fastball in the 9th inning.
He spent a little time in the Nationals uniform.
And looked at that one off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. That is explosive stuff.
Yeah, that slider, I said it was akin to John Smoltz's. It's not, doesn't have the tilt or the speed of John's, but it's very effective in the same way, especially on right-handers. Kurt, as we saw last night, when he got that rally started in the 9th inning, an excellent fastball hitter.
Let's see what he gets with a 1-2 count. Bases empty and the Braves second.
They want to go upstairs on him again with a heater.
Steven Strasburg will pitch here on Thursday night. He looks on as Scherzer gets his sign. Another 1-2 pitch. And somehow Kurt got out of the way.
I will say this for the signing of Matt Wieters, and it took a long time for him to find a job. But Wilson Ramos was a free agent, signed with the Tampa Bay Rays. And for them to bring in a veteran catcher like this for their veteran pitching staff is a real bonus for those guys on the mound.
Suzuki got hit by that pitch, by the way. No protest. And then Scherzer strikes him out with a slider. 3 strikeouts for the Washington right-hander, and he'll lead off the 3rd. No score. Or with April in the ATL, 3 teams over 30 days with the Braves, Hawks, and Atlanta United, presented by Cook's Pest Control. Friday night at SunTrust Park, and so far Mike Foltynewicz and Max Scherzer have lived up to the hype. No score, just 2 combined hits after 2 innings of play, and Scherzer will lead things off for Washington. Mike Foltynewicz led the Braves in wins last year with 9. He's trying to pick up his first victory against Washington tonight. Top of the order next. But first, a 1-2 pitch. And a little dribbler hit toward Freeman. And Mike got to the bag in plenty of time for the first out. Back to the top and Eaton. He was robbed by Jace Peterson, who made a nice catch and foul ground.
So far so good for Mike. There's the no decision in September against the Nationals when he pitched so well, only gave up 1 run in 6 innings. But a lot of his starts where he pitched well, got wins, were games where he was able to be economical. He didn't have to strike out 9 or 10 guys, and didn't have 100 pitches in the 5th inning. So tonight, in the 1st inning, despite the error, he only had to throw 1 extra pitch to get Murphy, so that really helped curtail what could have been a long 1st inning.
Eaton took a strike. He's reached base in 11 games for Washington. He's got hits in 9 of those 11. And 0 for 1 tonight. These two have tangled before. Maybe Mike's best big league start came against Adam Eaton and the White Sox right before the All-Star break last year in Chicago.
He's one of those guys. He's kind of certainly an American League guy that grinds at bats, makes you work, works the count, fouls off pitches, very pesky.
To second, Brandon Phillips to an E, and makes the play. Eaton, by the way, like Max Scherzer, another Diamondback that got away. 2 ground ball outs, and here's Rendon. Rendon lived up to his nickname, say the always entertaining Nationals press notes, of Tony Two Bags. Led the National League with 38 doubles as a 3rd baseman.
Good breaking ball.
One ball, 1 strike. There's some good heat. Rendon couldn't catch up. Rendon, as you might recall, went to Rice and was a man that was on the Braves radar in his early days. He was drafted by Atlanta but went to college instead. Pitch, little tapper to short, charged, and Dansby with a perfect throw, and Foltynewicz with an economical and perfect top of the 3rd.
Zach Leeds, one of the Community Heroes program here. He came up with an incredibly cool backpack plan. Tell me about how that started.
Well, it started because all of us are students at the University of Georgia in Athens, and there is just a huge homeless population there. We really wanted to find a meaningful way to help, and we realized that by packing backpacks with essential supplies like food, clothes, and toiletries, it can really make a difference for folks who are in need.
And some players got so excited about it, they helped you out. Tell us about that.
They absolutely did. That was such a fun time, I got to tell you. It's a Braves experience I'll never forget, and it really helped us get the word out about our mission and what we do for people.
What can we do to help?
Well, you guys have already done quite a bit. I'll tell you, with the gift that came with our visit to the Braves last August, we've been able to go out and buy thousands of supplies to pack almost 300 backpacks to bring back to Atlanta for the homeless community here.
Great stuff. And you're very well spoken. You're going to steal my job. I got to get you off the air. Chip and Joe, Zach, doing some great stuff. He's one of the nominees for the Braves Community Service Program. Excellent, excellent idea. Came from him. Back to you guys.
And a wonderful nominee he is and should be for all his good work. Congratulations to him.
Chase Peterson leads off for the Braves in the third. Mike Foltynewicz and Ender Inciarte will follow next. And that missed right down the middle, it looked like.
Right down the middle, ball 3.
3-0 count. Let's see if Jace is turned loose. Ball 4. Now a bunt attempt will be coming. Let's see if Mike can get it down. Second base runner allowed by Scherzer, and only his 5th walk in almost 15 innings.
Yeah, this won't be an easy task either, bunting this guy if he's letting that fastball fly.
Washington was very concerned about Max Scherzer. He pitched last year with a stress reaction or a stress fracture in his right ring finger. And that injury carried over into the early days of spring training, so much so that he wasn't their opening day starter. And as a result, Scherzer altered his grip on his fastball to take pressure off that ring finger and was able to make his way through spring training and said, I'm good to go.
Obviously a lot of pressure up from the baseball on that ring finger when your index and middle finger are gripping the baseball. Rests against it.
That stayed high. It's an even count. Mike got it down. And Wieters will make the throw to first. Excellent sacrifice.
Good job. Again, that's not the easiest guy to bunt in the world. Bat out in front of him, top of the zone. Slipped a little bit. That's always a little scary at the plate, but he's all right. Jim Lovell saw that too and checking on him.
So here's Ender. Let's see if he can drive home the game's first run. He bounced out to Zimmerman his first time up. Braves have been doing a much better job of cashing in their scoring opportunities. They're 12 for their last 32 with runners at second and third base. Much more consistent contact for Brian Snitker's club in these situations. Let's see what Ender can do. Down a strike.
Now, part of the reason they are on this good 5-game run, 12 for 32, that's a .375 average.
And again, that they're doing this without Matt Kemp has to be very encouraging too. The guys have picked up the slack. Jace a good lead out at second. Defoe bird dogs him. 0-2. Little pop over by first. That's in fair ground, foul ground, I should say. Zimmerman's going to have a play, and he makes it. And Inciarte's the second out.
I know it's a play you wouldn't think of trying to attempt, but in that particular case, with Defoe coming over to kind of be a relay man or cutoff man to third base in case Zimmerman has to throw it, there's nobody around Jace Peterson. And if you know anything about why Ryan Zimmerman has had to move from third to first, it's because he can't throw and he can't get on top of it. And even if you just bluff halfway, which he could have done, you force him to make a throw and see where it goes.
2 outs for Dansby, who struck out his first time, and rolls one foul. Strike one. A little extra on that fastball from Scherzer. 0-2.
Well, he's not a two-time Cy Young winner because he's one-dimensional, just a power guy. He's learned how to pitch. He's got good command. Uses his secondary pitches well. And he can pitch up in the zone. Dansby able to foul that one off. Suzuki, they tried to go upstairs on him too.
Right now, nothing for the Braves hitters to cross off the checklist. Scherzer has everything working to this point as he readies for his 47th pitch. Strike 3 called, and that retires the side. Braves can't cash in a leadoff walk. Middle of the order coming up for the Nationals.
Atlanta Braves baseball is brought to you by your local Ford dealer and the Georgia Lottery.
To the 4th inning we go. Mike Foltynewicz and Max Scherzer aren't the only flamethrowers at SunTrust Park. Let's see how this guy does. Not too shabby.
I think you have to hit the screen. It'll register. Not sure.
Bryce Harper leads off. He struck out looking his first time up. Ten strikeouts, 10 walks for Bryce in the early going this year.
You know, he's to the Braves what Chipper was to the Mets. Braves fans love to boo him, love to dog him. There's not a one of us who wouldn't love to see him in a Braves uniform.
Right, exactly right. I mean, again, people said he had a bad year last year, down year. He walked 108 times for the Nationals, and he just poked one into left field against the shift, and he's thinking about two. Peterson's throw to second is going to be dropped by Phillips, and Bryce Harper sprinting out of the box on a slow little bloop into left, ends up at second base.
I'm not sure that he knew where that ball went when he first hit it. I think he was, once he got out of the box, he was flying, but he was kind of looking for it. It was upstairs, broke his bat, and then when he finally found it and located it, took off. And yes, he can run too.
Stole 20 bags last year. So the Nationals have their first man in scoring position. Daniel Murphy, the batter. He flied out to center to end the first. .21 hits for Murphy, tied atop that category in the National League. And he didn't think much of that call. Strike one.
He's got good reason to. Daniel's never been one to bite his tongue.
That one a little better, at least according to Fox Tracks, but it's 0-2. Last year Murphy hit 25 homers, the most he's ever hit in a big league year. Drove in 100 runs for the first time as a major league hitter, and hit a whopping .347.
Tough to fan too. I mean, that was a pretty good spoiler right there. He's only struck out 4 times in 54 at bats.
And that was right in line with what he did last year. As he makes contact. Great batting average with runners in scoring position. Struck out once almost every 10 at bats in 2016. And if memory serves, he wasn't the Nationals' first choice to play second base last year.
Did he hurt himself on that swing?
No balls, 2 strikes. And Murphy spoiled another one.
I think Daniel Murphy's come a long way as a hitter. Not that he couldn't hit before by any means, but that when he was with the Mets, it seemed like the Braves pitched him away, played him away, and it seemed like they got a lot of routine fly balls to left and left center, but he has learned to pull the ball and pull it with authority.
Yeah, I was going to say he's getting the fly balls. They're just going a lot further. Not this time though. Phillips is going to backpedal, and Fulte's going to take care of Murphy after a long battle. No advance by Harper. 1 out in the 4th. And now Ryan Zimmerman's coming up. Zimmerman singled to start the second. Tough year for Ryan last year. 115 games. He hit .218 with 15 home runs. Rib cage strain and a left wrist contusion cost him 28 games. This will be his third full season at first base. Last year made just 4 errors over there, so he made the transition very effectively for Washington.
Good pitch.
0-2. Fourth overall pick by the Nationals in 2005.
Good slider. First pitch out of the zone this inning. People around the Nationals camp were talking about how Ryan Zimmerman was really into a good swing right now, because you could see that high leg kick. A lot of his hitting depends on good timing, getting the bat to the ball and getting that foot down. That now aches like crazy. And they were curious to see what would happen with the day off, how that would affect his timing, if he would still be able to hang on to that rhythm he had.
One and two. Suzuki held it there. Mike didn't get the call.
Wow. Kurt was going to have to hustle to block that ball. And Zimmerman may have done him a favor by swinging at it and foul tipping it. I don't know if Kurt was going to get there.
That's one you would have hoped hits the umpire's shin guard to save it.
Right.
But a foul ball makes it a 2-2 count. And a good block. Now it's full. Worth is next. He hit into a double play his first time up.
This would be a perfect time for that changeup if he's got the confidence to throw it, because most teams in the National League would figure Mike Foltynewicz, 3-2 count. He's going to come with his A1 heater.
Slider missed. And Foltynewicz thought he had Zimmerman, struck out twice in that sequence. Instead he walks, and Worth is coming up with 2 on and 1 out. Mike mumbling to himself behind the mound.
And this is what we talked about at the very beginning, that tonight of all nights he was really going to have to keep it in check, because there's going to be so many missed pitches by that guy. And it happens year after year after year, and yet he's still a major league umpire, and I don't get it.
Jason Worth is a very aggressive hitter. Be careful with this pitch. And off the plate, ball 1. Worth has been cleaning up for the Nationals in the 6th spot in the batting order. He's 6 for 15 with runners in scoring position. He's got Harper at second, and now Mike's missed badly with 2 straight.
And he's got to regroup. This is where he's got to have a little chat with himself. He got one from his catcher. He's got to remind himself, get back to what he was doing.
Same pitch, same result.
Yeah.
And now Harper wandered off second. Throw is going to beat it. Where's he going? Thank you very much.
I have no idea what he was thinking. He thought he was going to time it so that on the throw back to the mound that Suzuki would just automatically flip it back to the mound and he would take third, and instead he's the guy that gets nailed. Well done by the Braves infield and by a heads-up veteran catcher.
So 2-5-4 caught stealing for Harper. That's a big second out. And now the slow-footed Zimmerman's at first base with 2 down. And Jason Worth awaits a full count pitch. Runner goes. Strike 3 call. Fultonovich just froze Jason Worth. And he flips his helmet away in disgust. It's a mystery in the batter's box. Scherzer and Fultonovich still scoreless. Middle of the 4th inning. MLB.com and Bat Mobile app. Stay connected to the game's best players all year long with Game Day, live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat today. It's your #1 app for live baseball. Well, a base running blunder by Bryce Harper. An excellent play by Kurt Suzuki resulted in him being picked off second. Jason Worth struck out. And the Nationals run themselves out of the 4th inning. And now Freeman, Markakis, and Phillips are coming up. Freddie has the lone Braves hit, a 2-out single in the first. With Freddie's remarkable game last night, 2 doubles and 2 homers, he joins Felipe Alou and Adam LaRoche as the only other Atlanta Braves to do that in a single game.
Tells you how rare it is.
9th career 4-hit game, his 11th career multi-homer game. For Freddie, who skies one out of play, shift on for the Nationals. And last 107 games, those are MVP caliber numbers.
Just crazy. 76 RBIs in 107 games.
That was one of the great images that we had in years past when Steve McCatty was the pitching coach for Washington, when Freddie Freeman would come up and the stomach would start to churn, hat would come off, face would get flushed, and then Freddie'd rip a double someplace. And he's aboard to start the inning. Good start for the Braves. Second walk issued by Scherzer.
And it's a leadoff walk, so maybe they can put something together here this inning and scratch a run out.
Mike Maddox, now the pitching coach in Washington, and he's excellent.
He's a good one.
And what a talented stable of arms he gets to work with. And Scherzer, Gio Gonzalez, Tanner Roark, and Steven Strasburg. Still don't know who's going to pitch for Washington tomorrow night, by the way. They've not announced tomorrow evening starter. Julio Teheran is going to pitch for the Braves. Nick's long 10-game hitting streak ended last night. Let's see if he can start a new one tonight. Oh, 2.
Nick's another guy who's just a professional hitter. He too makes adjustments within an at bat. It looked like first time around Scherzer was trying to back foot that slider on him, and Nick had no choice but to pull a ground ball to first. One away, it looks like here.
And I would guess that Matt Wieters would have an excellent idea of how to pitch Nick Markakis. They were teammates with the Orioles.
Good point. Hadn't thought of that. You know he's got tremendous respect for what Nick can do.
Now the 1-2 pitch. That one didn't stick. So a swing on the house for Markakis. We'll do it again. Drive up that pitch count for Scherzer, get an early run if you can, and then try to add on against the beleaguered Nationals bullpen. That might be a plan that works. Braves have gotten a man to second base, but couldn't bring home Jace Peterson last inning. They've got Freddie at first with nobody out here in the fourth.
Good spoiler. Change up. Rendon moved a step over closer to the line after that swing at third base.
Little pop, broken bat, that's going to drop. Thing of beauty for Nick Markakis. 2 on, nobody out. No chance for Eaton to catch that one. And the Braves are in business for Brandon Phillips.
Yeah, and Nick earned that. Fighting off some pitches, foul tip in and out of the glove of Wieters, and then spoiling the changeup. And even though Scherzer made a good pitch on him,
Don't want to run on Eaton. He's got a very strong and accurate arm in center. You know all about Bryce Harper's arm in right. Keep that in mind as Phillips stands in. Brandon struck out his first time. Strike one.
I don't know if he was doing that on his own or not, but not a bad idea to try to set the Braves up to get one run across anyway against a tough pitcher. Maybe two.
Showed bunt and took a strike.
He had 2 sacrifices last year for the Reds.
Freeman at second, Markakis at first. We're in the 4th. Nobody out. Ground ball hit toward Murphy. He'll go to second for one. Defoe's throw to first, late. And Atlanta's got him at the corners with 1 out. That was close. Markakis forced out. And now Adonis Garcia becomes the key man in the inning.
Well, a good job by Phillips to put the ball in play. 0-2. But what a good try by the middle infielders for the Nationals, for Phillips, or excuse me, for Murphy to spin and throw that far back to second. And even though it wasn't a good feed to Defoe, he handled it. They'll play back, hoping for a double play on a ground ball here.
Adonis has hit into 3 of those this year. Braves are hoping for a deep fly ball to bring home Freddie Freeman with the game's first run. 1 out.
Just a bad ball there. But again, credit to Scherzer and his slider. Wieters, by the way, only 1 for 7 throwing out base stealers. Brandon Phillips 4 for 4 in stolen bases, if you want to try to stay out of the double play. Dusty Baker knows Brandon Phillips real well too from his time as the skipper in Cincinnati.
One ball, 1 strike. Lucky stab there by Wieters. He caught that on a short hop and with a backhand.
Was it a couple of years ago that Wieters missed a lot of a season, if not a whole season, with Tommy John surgery?
He did.
It's not limited to pitchers.
2 balls and a strike. Phillips leaning at first, not going, and inside. 3-1. Braves are making Scherzer work.
You say the Braves can't eliminate any of his pitches yet, and that's true. But 3-1, you can look for one. If you want to look for something other than a fastball here, if you want to look for the slider, go for it. If you want to look for the changeup, try it. And if it's not where you want it, take it. Worst it can be is a 3-2 count after that.
Hot shot hit toward the shortstop Defoe. Murphy at second, one on to first, double play, and that will retire the side. Braves had a golden opportunity, but a twin killing sends us to the 5th inning with no score. If you're a TV director and you don't like taking pictures of this ballpark, you might want to think about another line of work. Look at that gorgeous shot.
It's just unreal. That aerial shot they had of opening evening when the flyover occurred and the helicopter was actually above the planes going over the ballpark. That shot will live forever.
So Matt Wieters leads off for the Nationals, and he promptly singles, or doubles I should say, to the right field corner. Wieters aboard for a second time, and Mike has had to pitch out of the stretch with the leadoff man reaching for the Nationals now 3 times in his first 5 innings.
But his pitch count is manageable right now, Chip. I know that he's in the soup again, but 3 2/3 innings in his first start, he'd thrown 91 pitches. So he's doing much better at this point from a managing standpoint.
And he's got the good fortune of the bottom of the order coming up for Washington. Defoe, the 8th place hitter, then Scherzer. Let's see how it works out. That one all the way to the backstop. On the ricochet, Suzuki caught it but couldn't handle cleanly, and Wieters moves up 90 feet. That ball got back to the plate almost as fast as Mike pitched it.
Kirk knew he had it too. He knew he was going to third. He just, in his haste, couldn't corral it.
So that answers the question. How quickly does the ball bounce off the bricks? Yeah. And a base hit gives Washington the lead. So Defoe's first RBI brings home Wieters, and Scherzer enjoys a 1-0 advantage, and he's coming up.
And he can put down a bunt.
And he just did. Freeman bobbles for a moment, but no problem. Defoe to second on the sacrifice. And we go back to the top of the order. Eaton and Rendon will try to add to a 1-0 Washington lead. Adam is 0 for 2. The Nationals gave up right-handed pitcher Lucas Giolito, right-handed pitcher Ronaldo Lopez, and right-handed pitcher Dane Dunning right before Christmas to bring Eaton from the White Sox. And Eaton was traded. Chris Sale was traded by the Southside Chicago team as they begin their rebuild.
Giolito is their top prospect. Lopez, we saw him. He had a terrific arm. So it was a hefty price. But they'd kind of seemed that the Nationals had kind of soured on Giolito, even though he was highly touted, great prospect, and when he came up, he didn't pitch like they expected him to. They were a little off on. He was a little off on his velocity, so they made a move.
Up the middle, Dansby can't get that. Defoe around third. Ender thought about pulling the trigger and wisely did not. It's a base hit for Eaton, and that extends the Nationals' lead. It's 2-0.
Mike's follow through oftentimes pulls him over to the first base side of the pitching rubber. And that's why that one got behind him and just out of the reach of Dansby. So some clutch hitting by the Nats.
And now Rendon is the hitter. Rendon's reached on an error and he's bounced out to short. So Washington breaks through in the 5th inning. 2-0 they lead. A strike. Two runs, 5 hits for the Nats. No runs, 2 hits for the Braves. Atlanta's committed an error as well. And upstairs evens the count. Goes, pitch is low, the throw to second. Phillips fell to his knees, throw back to first, got it. So Eaton and Harper have had some adventures on the base paths, and Suzuki nails Eaton a 2-4-3 put out.
That was interesting on Eaton's part, a guy who is generally a pretty confident base stealer. Unless he really delayed his jump on a hit and run play, thinking he didn't have a chance, but it looked like he was going to. Thank you very much again.
2 balls and a strike. And Rendon is backed off the plate.
He's going to need his offense to pick him up.
But he just issued his 3rd walk.
The Braves have fallen behind in every game this year except Friday in their home opener when Markakis hit that 2-run double.
And this has been the trouble spot for Mike in his big league career. He's going through a lineup now for a 3rd time. And now he has to face Harper with a man aboard. Harper has a 4th inning double tonight.
But if you just joined us, it's not the double you would expect to see from Bryce Harper off the wall. It was a broken bat, flare to left against the shift that he wasn't even sure where it went.
3-0.
No relief in this lineup.
Nope. This is good. A 3-4 punch. Harper and Murphy in the National League. And remember, they don't have Trey Turner yet. Might get him back tomorrow, and we've mentioned a couple of times how great a job he did against Atlanta pitching last year. 3 balls and a strike. And another walk. Back-to-back walks, and the inning starting to build up for Foltynewicz. Let's see if Chuck Hernandez comes out and gives him a breather. Kurt Suzuki's to the mound. As Foltynewicz up to 80 pitches all of a sudden.
Like the bullpen is stirring also.
All this started with a Wieters double. Defoe an RBI hit. Scherzer with a sacrifice. Eaton with a single. Then after he was picked off, back-to-back walks.
The walk to Rendon especially probably under the skin of Foltynewicz because he knew what came after Rendon, and that's Harper. Jackson just called up. He's been in 1 game, got 1 out, and that was in a key spot.
Murphy 0 for 2. Entered tonight's play with the 4th best average in the league.
And I think tied for the most hits, 21. You can see from his stance, he's crowding the plate. His toes are right up on that inside line of the batter's box, inviting you to pitch him in.
Didn't get that one. Even count.
He got on everybody's radar in the postseason 2 years ago with the Mets when he just really went off and had about 5 or 6 homers in the postseason. Which is not bad timing when you're going to become a free agent.
I was going to say, whole world's watching. Four games for the Mets against the Cubs in the NLCS. 9 hits, 17 at bats, scored 6. And this one's driven toward right center field. Inciarte to the track is going to make the play a couple of steps shy of the wall. Murphy just missed. Washington settles for 2 in the 5th. Bottom of the order coming up for Atlanta in game 1 of the series.
Braves down 2-0 after a tough fifth. I'm going to make you feel a whole lot better. I'm in the center field market, and I've never seen this before in SunTrust Park. It is another first. Yes, they have a healthy market in center field. So I come over here, I can get some sushi, I can get a nice salad, I can go with the vegetable cup. Got my fruits over here and water. But if I want to play for the tie, I come over here, I can get a dog in the same place. You get mustard and ketchup on your dog, because that's what you do at a ball game. Come over here, I got a little hard soda, orange hard soda when the game's on the line. You got to get Cracker Jack, a Nutty Buddy, and King of Pops. That's just a sample, guys. Never seen it before. SunTrust Park, looking good. Back to you guys.
Man, that isn't one-stop shopping market.
Yeah, it looks great. And our buddy Pete Smithing from Delaware North paid a visit in between innings. And we had some great food last night. And Pete did not disappoint again tonight.
Yeah, we got a little something for you, Birdie.
Back to the mound. Scherzer will take care of Suzuki for out number 1.
This is from the Taco Factory. We're going to show you in just a moment.
And yes, Braves country. We'll give you 3 guesses as to what the Taco Factory serves here at the ballpark.
Yeah, there they are.
There you go.
Catfish.
Yep.
Pork. Chicken. Somebody's taking a bite out of the chicken. I don't know who it was. Here in my taco boat. But I mean, delicious, folks.
Got the Mexican corn working too. That was that was really good.
Oh, what happened? There were 3 a minute ago.
Somebody got one of those too. I'm not sure who. Got a little elf in here. Somebody's pilfering our goodies. But man, the Delaware North folks have done a great job with the concessions here at SunTrust Park. Still can't get over that tomahawk pork chop thing that Paul Berg was eating last night.
That was amazing.
So put it simple, Joe and I are going to need a road trip in about 2 days so we can lose about 15 pounds with all the great stuff.
We saw already the Waffle House.
Stroke toward Eaton in center. Hard hit ball, but 2 outs.
Waffle House out in right field. Paul just showed us the market. Here's the Waffle House. All your favorites right here at the ballpark.
Yep. And when you come to the ballpark, even before the game, a lot of great choices outside in the Battery Atlanta too. So come early, stay late. That's part of the fun of Braves' new home, SunTrust Park. Foul away by Foltynewicz. Strike 1 to the Braves pitcher, who trails 2-0 in the home 5th.
And like any good veteran pitcher, Scherzer's gone out there with the lead and started throwing strikes to make sure that nothing started to get the momentum back for the Braves.
Well, as you said in our earlier comments, this is a very good Washington team. They won the East last year. They beat the Braves almost at will. Won 15 of 19 games head-to-head against Atlanta.
Braves were 3-6 at Turner Field and felt pretty decent about winning those 3.
Two balls, 2 strikes. And that'll take care of Foltynewicz. Shutdown inning for Max Scherzer, who leads by 2.
Hi, my name is Sloan Postlewhite. I'm in 5th grade and I'm 11 years old. My question is for Mike Foley-Newkiz, and my question is, how do you feel when the people pronounce your last name wrong? How do you pronounce it?
The actual pronunciation of my last name is Foltynewicz, and I basically assume they're not going to get it right the first time anyway. So I've heard plenty of last name mess ups over my life, but it's really hard for me to say what they say. But Foltynewicz is how you say my last name.
I love that.
Me too.
Foltynewkiz.
Yeah, it's cute.
Well, the 5th inning got away from Mike a little bit, and that's where Washington struck for their 2 runs tonight. Let's see if he can recover. He's going to have the top of the order supporting him in the 6th inning. If he can shut down Washington, you turn things over to Inciarte Swanson and Freddie Freeman. Still a manageable game. But Atlanta has just a couple of hits against Max Scherzer, who is on his game tonight. He has struck out 5, walked 2. So here in the 6th, Ryan Zimmerman, Jason Worth, and Matt Wieters are coming up for Dusty Baker's bunch. Lifted toward right, and Nick Markakis will have plenty of room. 1 pitch, 1 out. That helps.
Love those 1-pitch outs.
And here's Jason Worth. Worth started the night hitting an even 300. Might recall several years ago, a lot of folks around baseball had eyebrows raised when the Nationals signed him to that gigantic contract.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
To the shortstop. Dansby's got it. 2 outs on 3 pitches.
Kind of pales in comparison already to some other contracts.
However, I think it's safe to say that Jason Worth coming to Washington after all those terrific Philadelphia teams was exactly the veteran presence, a guy that knew how to win, a guy that could help create a clubhouse culture in Washington. And in his last year of his contract, they really want to send him off in grand style and advance in the playoffs and get to the World Series and win it.
Anything short of that's going to be a real disappointment for them, especially when they've made deals for Wieters and Eaton. They were hoping to get a full season out of Trey Turner, which is going to be cut a little bit short at the very least.
Well, ownership certainly has done its job. The Nationals opening day payroll a whopping $164 million. A lot of that goes to Scherzer, a lot of that goes to Bryce Harper, a lot of that goes to Steven Strasburg. As Wieters didn't get it. 2-1 your count.
What'd you tell me Strasburg gets next year? Or is it 18? 19.
In 2019, well, Strasburg the next 2 years. This year and next year, $18.3 million. In 2019, his salary goes to $38 million. In fact, Scherzer and Strasburg will combine to make $75.7 million alone in what will be the free agency year for Bryce Harper. That will be most interesting. Top of the order coming up for Atlanta, down 2. We welcome you to opening week at SunTrust Park. So far, things have gone very well for the Braves, but tonight they've run into a buzzsaw. Max Scherzer and the Washington Nationals are trying to snap the Braves' perfect home record and 5-game winning streak overall, and that's what Max has done in his first 5 innings. Now he's got to go through the Braves order a third time with Ender Inciarte leading off. And that's down and in, ball 1. Ender's hit the ball to the right side twice and is 0 for 2. 1-1. Only 12 games into the season, the Braves 6-6. And believe it or not, this is the latest in a season the Braves have been at 500 since July of 2015, when they were 42-42.
And that was right about the time Jason Grilli got hurt.
Right.
Towards Achilles out in Colorado, and Braves really had a rough time from that point forward.
That's slicing toward the stands, out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2.
Ender's been getting that front foot down quickly for a while during this good stretch he's on, but it's especially important to get it down quickly against a hard thrower like Scherzer. Take a long stride against this guy, you're sunk.
Full count. Braves need a base runner and then someone to pop one to get it tied. It's 2-0. Dansby's next. Freddie Freeman lurking. Here comes the payoff. And a fly ball toward Eaton in center. And he's going to catch that for the first out. Dansby Swanson brought the crowd to its feet last night. Another one of the season of firsts here at SunTrust Park, brought to you by Bill Holt Chevrolet.
First walk-off. You can see Brandon Maurer kind of knew what was coming when he knew that he didn't hit it hard. And in front of Cordoba.
There's the list of the season of firsts. An ever-expanding list here in the first week. And Dansby didn't get it. He has struck out twice tonight. And he's down the strike. Saw a great stat. First walk-off hit at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, turned in by Henry Aaron. First walk-off hit at Turner Field, Andrew Jones. First walk-off hit at SunTrust Park, Dansby Swanson. Washington will always be a special opponent for the young Brave shortstop. He got his first home run against these guys last year. And he didn't hit it over the fence. It was an inside the park home run.
Exactly. Trey Turner may have been the center fielder on that.
Got too close to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And Wieters speared that.
First 2 swings in this at bat. Dansby's front shoulder has been pretty open. Missed a fastball, and then on a breaking ball also front shoulder flew open. Now on these pitches he's taken, he's kept that shoulder closed, trying to think about guarding the plate. Choked up on the bat, trying to shorten up.
Scherzer tried the inside corner, didn't get it there. So back-to-back full counts for Inciarte and now Dansby Swanson. Another fly ball to Eaton in center. And 2 are out for Freddie Freeman. Freddie's reached twice, and he's our Yellowwood brand bringing the lumber feature.
Big night last night. That was double number 1. That was home run number 1. This is double number 2 off the bricks. And then a game tire in the 8th. Home run number 2. What a night.
That's pulled foul past Eddie Perez. Strike 1 for Freddie.
And a lot of those are hits.
Braves had a chance in the 4th inning. Runners first and third, but a double play took them out of their best chance to score tonight. Atlanta hasn't had a base runner since that Garcia twin killer. Five strikeouts, 2 walks for Scherzer tonight. Sorry, Joe.
That's okay. Good pitch spoiled right there by Freddie again. We've been in on him a lot in this at bat. Freddie's chased some high fastballs here in the first 3 weeks of the season, but that one was too far up out of the zone for him to even think about it.
Now the 2-2. Spoiled again.
Didn't locate it where he wanted to. Wieters wanted the slider in, probably a back foot slider, and left it out. And it was a backdoor slider that Freddie hit out off of Weaver last night.
Amazing. Scherzer's gone 3-2 to every hitter this inning.
But no walks so far.
And he's approaching triple digits on the pitch count. Still has excellent stuff. Can't get him out soon enough. Here we go. Payoff pitch. And there's the walk. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate. Scherzer didn't like that. He walks Freeman for a second time. 3 bases on balls in total.
Well, we highlighted the 2 stars on each team, Bryce Harper and Freddie Freeman. Harper's been on base twice with a double and a walk. Freddie's been on base 3 times with a single and 2 walks.
So far, the Nationals cavalry's had a little more luck than Freddie's supporting cast tonight. Let's see if Nick can change that.
At least they're running his pitch count up. Maybe somehow, some way, that'll enable the Braves to get into their bullpen a little earlier than normal. off this guy. He threw 104 pitches in his last start at St. Louis when he got beat 6-1, and he only worked 6 innings in that one. Struck out 10.
And tonight the Nationals are starting one of the worst road trips I've seen in a long time. And Dusty Baker's talked about that to the Nationals faithful. First the pitch, down and in. And now Wieters has spotted something. 2 balls, no strikes. Nationals have played back-to-back games with the same start time once in their first 12 games. They have this series with the Braves, which concludes on Thursday night, a night game. They then have to fly to New York, play the Mets. That series ends with the Sunday night game. They then fly from New York all the way to Denver and play Monday. They have a long series with the Colorado Rockies and then have to fly all the way back to Washington and, without a day off, play again in their home park. That will not be an easy trek.
Hang with him.
2 balls, no strikes. Oh, pop into shallow right, but Bryce Harper is there. And after the meeting, Scherzer subdues Markakis, and the Braves are out of luck in the 6th.
Baseball is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Let's go places. And SunTrust.
Time for a live look in on our Xfinity cam. Beautiful view from right field as Mike Foltynewicz goes to work in the 7th. That's his 92nd pitch. And it missed high to Wilmer Defoe, who drove in the game's first run with a single that brought home Matt Wieters in the Washington 5th. Mentioned Trey Turner a couple of times being out for the Nationals. But he's not the only Washington infielder that got hurt. Mr. Drew got hurt with a hamstring. Yeah. Stephen Drew.
Yeah, almost the next day.
Yeah, I was going to say almost immediately after Turner went down, Drew got hurt. So Defoe's been pressed into service for Dusty Baker. And one thing that Dusty has been troubled by is the Nationals' defense. They have not exactly dazzled. They've committed 10 errors, including 7 in their series with the Cardinals. So that, in concert with a leaky bullpen in the early days of the season. It's one reason why Washington's 7-5.
That's unusual defensively. Rendon's solid at third. I know they're missing Turner at short. That's probably part of it. Although I'm told that Defoe has had every hard hit ball that's been hit against the Nationals have been hit right at him, for him to try and figure out a way to handle it. And he's, according to their people, the fact that he's only made a couple of errors is amazing.
Strike three that got by Suzuki on the ricochet. He's going to fire to first, and a stretch by Freeman got his man.
It almost looked like it broke Kurt's glove, like it went through the webbing. Maybe the first time Freddie's had to stretch into foul territory. And again, off the brick wall, that helped coming back.
So Scherzer bats. He's 0 for 1 with a sacrifice. That sacrifice led to the second Washington run. And so far, 2 has been more than enough for the Cy Young Award winner. Adonis at third. He'll make the throw to first, and Scherzer is the second out. Time for our limited baseball break, brought to you by T-Mobile. News and notes around the major leagues tonight. The demise of the Yankees was a bit premature. The Cubs not off to a great start, and we mentioned Starling Marte suspended today in Pittsburgh.
80 games, going to have to start cracking down even more than that. I don't understand players. Here's a guy who's successful, a good player. Why would you do that? And why on earth would you think you'd get away with it?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I know you've been to the Dominican. You've been to many of the countries in Latin America. I do know that many of these things that guys are taking or have taken in the past, you can walk into the pharmacy and buy over the counter there. So I don't know if this is a cultural problem that baseball has to severely and strongly address. But as you just said a couple of innings ago, this isn't something that you just throw in your mouth like an aspirin and swallow with a glass of water. It's
there are no excuses anymore.
I don't disagree.
And whether you can buy it over the counter there or not, for any professional baseball player not to be up to date, on top of all of the banned substances before they ever put something in their body, either by injection or orally, you're nuts if you don't know.
I totally agree. I'm just wondering if that is in some way part of the root of this problem, that baseball may want to investigate how, and maybe there isn't a way, maybe investigate how we get to that part of it in the Dominican, in Mexico, in Venezuela, or wherever those opportunities to purchase those things legally exist, because in our game here, obviously they're not. But there is no, or at least not enough, disincentive, it seems, for players to not roll the dice and try. Fly ball to center by Eaton, pretty well hit. Ender on the run, onto the warning track, and at the deepest part of the ballpark calls it in, and that retires the side. 7th inning stretch in Atlanta. It's 2-0 Washington.
Everybody, Nats lead this one 2-0, bottom of the 7th. If you have not been to Hope and Will's Sandlot, you need to go. It is absolutely incredible. I'm laying down the bunt after a whiff. Lots to do back there, and I'm getting down the line. I'm running against Ender Inciarte right here. I've got a little hitch in my run because I'm in dress shoes, guys, and I topped out at 74, although I think there's something wrong with the gun. Special thanks to Gretchen Caney in the Fox truck, who filmed my one whiff. That was the first ball I saw off the machine. I hit a bunch of lasers, a couple home runs, and you picked the one that I swung through. But I always got the bunt down, guys. You got your kids, and if you're an adult who likes to come alive like me and feel like you're 10 again, go to Hope and Will's Sandlot. A whole lot to do. Back to you guys.
Hey, Birdie, 3-8 down the line now. That's
Yes.
pretty good. No wonder you're dropping a bunt down.
Well, my arm doesn't work anymore, but my legs are hanging in there.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how's the shoulder and how's the hamstring?
The shoulder's a little rough. I'm jumping on the Advil as we speak, but the legs are hanging in there. So, you know, let Snick know if we need a pinch runner. I can come out of the well.
Nothing to be ashamed of, as we saw last night from 74 miles an hour. No.
You know, I thought I was tops of the day. I got a little arrogant, and some guy over there in his late 20s hit 89.
Really?
Wow.
So, yeah, Coppy may need to make some rounds out there.
Okay.
Now, have you seen the, what's the
zip line?
Yeah, the zip line.
The zip line, yeah, it's short and sweet. Rough ending on that one. And you got to be ready because you get jerked up in the air, down, around a little bit very quickly. So,
really?
Yeah, so I wasn't ready to tackle that, but maybe next time.
All right.
We also got a climbing wall as well. There's so much to do. It's so well done. Mike Plant and others just did a phenomenal job planning out this experience.
Yeah, they say that within the ballpark there are several different neighborhoods, as they call them.
I mean, it doesn't matter what you like. There is something here for you. What age group, what gender, it doesn't matter. There's something for everybody. And as you saw earlier, you can even eat healthy. And all the food is fantastic. And yeah, the experiences are just over the top.
Great work, pal.
I appreciate
Good
that,
hustle.
guys. I'll pay for it tomorrow.
Yeah,
We'll see.
Get some ice.
All right.
Paul Bird downstairs with Braves down 2-0. Max Scherzer in the 7th. As Brandon Phillips leading off. Brandon's 0 for 2. At long last, there is action beginning in Washington's bullpen. The way things stand now, Braves are going to get Freddie Freeman to the plate one more time. Defoe at short gets Phillips. 1 out.
That's that pitch you can't give up on as a right-handed hitter. It is started at you, and you know it's going to come back over the inside part of the plate, or you hope it is. And that's what Brandon was trying to fight off there. That guy's slipping in that right-handed batter's box coming out tonight.
Mike Fultonevich slipped after he laid down a bunt earlier.
I want to make an observation here. I'm not trying to make a comparison necessarily between Mike Fultonevich and Max Scherzer, both first-round draft picks. When Scherzer got to the big leagues with Arizona his first year, he was 0-4. 16 games, 7 starts, had a good ERA, but he was 0-4. His next year with Arizona, 30 games, 30 starts, 9-11 with a 4.12, about a strikeout per inning. Power guy, a few walks mixed in there, but it wasn't like he came right out of the blocks dazzling people right away. He grew into that. Got traded to Detroit, went 12-11, and then from there things just started getting better and better and better, leading into ultimately 2 Cy Young awards. So sometimes these guys that come out blazing might take them a while to figure out how to pitch. And the one thing Mike's got going for him is that he's got a great arm, and he's looks to me to be getting better all the time.
Yeah, tonight's game, you can get 7 innings of 2-run baseball out of Mike Fultonevich 30 times this year. Would you take it?
Sure.
So Unfortunately for him, he had the unlucky draw to run into Max Scherzer, who's been a little bit better. He's given the Braves only 2 hits with 6 strikeouts. And he'd like to finish with a flourish. Washington will have the middle of its order coming up in the 8th.
I don't want to be disrespectful to Max, but it doesn't feel like he's throwing a 2-hit shutout.
No.
I don't know that he's had his best stuff. He's gone to deep counts. He's walked 3 guys. But there sure hasn't been much solid contact, has there?
No. But this is what a top of the rotation guy does. If he doesn't have his good stuff, he can still shut down the opponent.
Still throw a 2-hit shutout.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes for Suzuki. And that's slicing into the seats right side.
I'll tell you what an ace does do, and that's throw 228 innings like he did last year and strike out 284 batters, including a 20 strikeout game against Detroit on May 11th last year.
With 284 strikeouts, the 3rd most strikeouts in Washington baseball history, and that includes guys like Walter Johnson, who struck out 313 men in 1910.
That's some good company right there.
Yes, sir. The big train pitch is taken low. Ty Cobb rumored to have given Walter Johnson the nickname the Big Train because the sound of his fastball sounded like a train buzzing past the platform. And Ty Cobb said of Walter Johnson's heat once that, I don't think it's going to be humanly possible to throw the ball any harder than Walter Johnson. That's tipped and caught. Modern measurements say that Walter Johnson threw the ball 92 miles an hour. Scherzer's throwing a lot harder than that, and he's got a 2-hitter through 7 innings. Time to check in with Kelsey Wingert and Nick Green in our Atlanta set here at SunTrust Park.
Hey, thanks, guys. Yeah, not a lot of offense tonight, but Nick, some great pitching.
Yes, Folty did a great job so far, 7 innings. Last time out, only 3 2/3. He gets good defense behind him as well. He likes that, but he's painting corners, doing exactly what they needed him to do. Got in trouble in the 5th inning and allowed 2 runs, but he limited the damage, and that's what you want him to do. You want to see him mature and get better and better, and we see that tonight, being able to bounce back from the 5th. But Scherzer has been that much better. He's painting corners. You know what he's going to do. He's an ace. He's got the slider. He's got the fastball. He does a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's tough because he's looked pretty good tonight. I mean, to only give up 2 runs, get this deep into the game, but it struggles when you don't see the offense really backing him up there.
Well, you can't expect them to back him up with Max Scherzer on the mound.
Yeah.
You have a couple hits, and that's about all you can get. When he's getting ahead of guys, he's putting them away. He's not getting strong contact. He's breaking bats. He's getting balls off the end of the bat. That's just what he does.
I'm going to start a little mini round table here, bringing in Chip and Joe. Now, Joe, I'm very curious what you think so far of Folty's outing.
I thought he was terrific. He did have the 1 rough inning, like Nick said, but I think Nick would agree that a guy like Scherzer, when you have opportunities, you got to take advantage of them if you can. Braves had that 1 inning first. I think it was the 4th inning. Had 1st and 2nd, nobody out. 1st and 3rd, 1 out. They didn't push a run across, and then Washington got their 2 runs. So that, to me, was the difference in the ball game.
Totally. When we've seen the Braves struggle in that regard, it's been problematic. Opening day, Noah Syndergaard, same opportunity.
Yes.
Braves had opportunities with runners in scoring position, couldn't get it done. Tip your cap to Syndergaard. Tip your cap to Scherzer so far tonight, Nick.
Well, that's what you expect. And like Joe said, you have to score on these guys when you get the opportunity. 1st and 3rd with 1 out, you have to do something. You cannot ground it to double play. But that's what we expect from an ace. And that's why it's so tough. But Folty has matched them pitch for pitch pretty much all game.
So Chip and Joe, we're enjoying the game so far, hoping the Braves can really scratch across some runs here. And we're enjoying y'all's call.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can enjoy a nice relief outing from Eric O'Flaherty, I believe. That's indeed who is out there for Atlanta. Mike Foltynewicz, 7 innings, a 5-hit, 2-run ball. And Eric delivers. And the first pitch smacked to Dansby. It's stuck in the webbing, and he throws out Rendon on the first pitch. 1 man down.
Number 34, Bryce Harper.
So Rendon 0 for 3 with a walk. Bryce Harper has struck out, walked, doubled, and has been picked off. Couple of years, Bryce Harper is going to hit free agency at 26 years of age. Scott Boras is his agent. He and Manny Machado might be the top 2 free agents available. Machado, of course, superstar with the Baltimore Orioles. One can only imagine the financial rewards those 2 young players are going to earn when and if they get to free agency.
Think about it. Be a free agent at the end of his, or in his 26th year, and could be a free agent again at age 31 or 32, depending on the length of his next contract.
No balls and a strike. And Bryce Harper hits another one the other way. That's going to ricochet. Well, not ricochet. It's going to be hauled in by a fan in the front row. And we've seen that now 3 times in this ballpark. And fans, if you're coming to the game and you reach over and the ball's in play, they're going to escort you out. So that fan's going to have an early departure, and Harper is going to have a double.
He was going to bunt one down the third baseline with the shift on, so instead he swings.
So Harper now with 4 doubles on the year, 2 of them tonight. And the Nationals look for a little insurance with Murphy and Zimmerman coming up. Well, we showcased Freddie Freeman and Bryce Harper, the 2 slugging stars for their respective clubs tonight. Both of those men have had good nights at the plate, and both of those guys are certainly worthy of all the attention they get, not just in Braves country for Freddie Freeman, but for Bryce Harper, Nationals country, and the worldwide baseball audience. This guy is a tremendous player and already an MVP award, and looking like he's going to break out again in 2017 with a monster season for this Washington club. Murphy gave himself up. Harper to third with 2 outs.
And on the other side of that, I think America is just, in a way, just waking up to Freddie Freeman and how good he is. And we know that in our division and an extension into all of the National League, they're aware of it. But baseball fans in general are beginning to get a real taste for how good this guy is.
And as this Braves team improves, and as the Braves are seen nationally more frequently, Freddie's reputation is going to do nothing but improve.
Right.
And that's great for baseball. Freddie's a great family man, wonderful husband, father, great representative for the Braves uniform and organization. Bryce Harper does a lot of those good works as well in Washington, D.C. And as good as they are on the field, I think we forget they're still both in their 20s.
Yeah.
Doing these incredible things. One ball, 1 strike for Zimmerman. And that caught a corner. It's 1-2. 8-9-1 for the Braves in the 8th inning. It's only a 2-run game. And Washington's bullpen appears to be in play soon. That's fouled by Ryan Zimmerman. Crowd tonight announced at 21,834. We hope you'll consider joining us tomorrow night for game 2 of the series. Julio Teheran will pitch for the Braves.
Eric appears to have a good sinker working tonight. Strasburg listening in on that conversation since he pitches here Thursday night.
And we're apparently going to see a new pitching style for Stephen Strasburg.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Strasburg has abandoned the traditional windup and is going to pitch almost entirely out of the stretch for Washington. Strasburg had a tremendous start to his season last year and then got hurt again. The pitch. Good stop, Suzuki.
Eric O'Flaherty with a rough outing his first time out against the Mets, but since then he's worked 3 1/3 innings of no hit, no run, no walk baseball with 4 strikeouts prior to the double by Harper.
Eric wanted the pitch, didn't get it, and now it's a full count. Here comes the full count. And it's a line drive to right, and that's going to score the 3rd run. So Ryan Zimmerman has an extra base hit, and Zimmerman has his 7th RBI. So 2 doubles in the inning for the Nationals. And that makes it a little tougher for the Braves. It's 3-zip.
It's also a little tougher when you don't get the call you expect to get on the pitch before.
So that's the 99th career RBI for Ryan Zimmerman against the Braves. And that's going to be the end of the line for Eric O'Flaherty. He works 2/3 of an inning, a couple of hits, 1 run so far. No walks, no strikeouts. 3-0. Washington extends their lead in game 1. Chase Darno's coming in as well for Atlanta. We'll tell you who the pitcher is after a break. June 9th, when the Mets are in town, it's Bartolo Colon bobblehead night presented by Coca-Cola. First 20,000 fans at the ballpark will walk away with their very own bobblehead of Big Sexy himself. Go to Braves.com/tickets and get your seats today. Double switch for Atlanta. Chase Darno's taking over at 3rd base. He'll bat 2nd. And in the 9th spot when Atlanta comes up in the 8th inning. Luke Jackson is out again in relief.
See his numbers last year in 8 games with the Rangers. The Braves got him in the offseason. Hard throwing right-hander, worked 1/3 of an inning in yesterday's ball game and did a good job. Got out of a jam. Ground ball with runners at 1st and 2nd.
One ball, no strikes. Blazing fastball to even up the count. Speaking of the Mets, they're beating the Phillies 2-1 tonight. That game's in the 8th. Milwaukee's 7-4 over the Cubs tonight. Oh, have you heard about Eric Thames?
Yeah.
7 home runs, 6 of them in his last 5 games. Spent the last 3 years playing professional ball in Korea. And here he is slugging away for Milwaukee with homers in his last 5 games in a row. The record is 8, of course, held by Dale Long, Don Mattingly, and Ken Griffey Jr.
They did not re-sign Chris Carter. Needed somebody to play first. I'd say they've chosen wisely.
Yes, they have. 2 doubles tonight for Thames at Wrigley Field. 1 ball, 1 strike for Worth. Powder River right down the middle.
Jackson was a supplemental draft in between the first and second round in 2010 by the Rangers, and Atlanta got him for Terrell Jenkins and Brady Feigl in December.
Boy, Kurt Suzuki's been riding the bucking bronco behind the plate tonight, hasn't he? Ball has been moving all over the place. He's lucky to spear that one. 2-2. To center. Enciarte on a sprint, still going back, reaches up and makes the catch before finding the center field fence. Great jump. That saved a 4th run. Washington adds to their lead. It's 3-0 in the 8th. The lead, too much Max Scherzer, and he is our SunTrust Confidence play of the game.
Well, nothing that came as any surprise to us tonight. We knew it would be a tough battle for the Braves while he was in there, and it was. 7 innings of 2-hit shutout ball, 7 strikeouts, and got this double play at a key moment in the ball game to get himself out of a 1st and 3rd 1-out jam in the 4th.
So the new pitcher for Washington is Sammy Solis. And he will face Emilio Bonifacio, who can switch hit.
Yeah, he hasn't exactly been spot on so far this year. Fastball, curveball. You just saw the curve. And his fastball is in the low to mid 90s.
Last 4 games, the Nationals relief corps has given up 6 earned runs. And that one's bounced foul. The season started even more disastrously for them. In fact, last 10 games, the Washington relief corps only had 1 game in which they didn't allow an earned run for Mike Maddox. Think about that. 10 games, they've been scored upon in 9 of them in relief. There's a good start for Solis. He caught Bonifacio looking. 8 Braves have been struck out tonight, 1 away. And the numbers for Dusty Baker's relief corps are not good at all. They're 3 for 6 in saves. 10 homers in 36 innings allowed with a 6.25 bullpen ERA.
So he's rolling the dice trying to find somebody to throw strikes and get an out and keep it in the ballpark.
And that was a big question for them going into spring training. Number one, who would close for them? Mark Melancon is now a Giant. And Melancon did a nice job for these guys when he came over midseason. They didn't bring him back. So we'll see how it works out. Braves have 5 outs left and are down 3 runs. Up the middle. Murphy backhand. Long throw is terrible. And Chase Darno has an infield hit. And we go to the top of the order now.
That insurance run for the Nationals in the top of the inning is a big one, because when you're down by 2, especially with the top of the order coming up, you get somebody on, and the time run's always going to come to the plate. But now the Braves have to have a little more of an extended rally. That one just kind of came out sideways from Murphy's hand, but it was going to be a hit anyway.
So that's the 3rd Braves hit of the game. And Ender Inciarte's coming up. He was 0 for 3 against Max Scherzer. Braves fans, get your tickets today and get your seats for your favorite theme nights and gate giveaways during the first year at SunTrust Park. Bartolo Colon bobblehead night, told you about that. Star Wars night and many more. Go to Braves.com/promotions and get all the details. Well, the Braves have been a comeback club in the first 2 weeks. Let's see if they can come from 3-0 down tonight late. Stop. That'll help. That'll keep the Braves out of double play.
Target inside, pitch outside, skips off the beveled edge of home plate. Tough play for a catcher to knock that one down. Just somehow, some way, get Freddie Freeman to the plate this inning.
Yep.
Take your chances.
Washington's bullpen is busy again. 1 ball, no strikes for Ender. And another late timeout call. Taken low, ball 2.
He made an excellent pitch sequence to Bonifacio. 2 breaking balls that were good breaking balls, even though one was pulled hard foul, and then a fastball got him looking. Since then, he's been scrambling.
Three 3-0.
Hotline.
Made him throw a strike. Squib toward Rendon. He'll look the runner back and throw to first in time. 2 out. It's a nice comeback for Solis to get Inciarte to roll out. And now Dansby Swanson's the hitter. Freeman on deck. Oliver Perez, the lefty. Coda Glover, the righty. Let's see what Dansby can do with 2 out.
If he can reach, it'd be interesting to see if they bring another lefty in to pitch to Freddie.
That one got away from Wieters again. Another wild pitch.
Waffled his glove because it was nowhere near the target. Murphy's come in twice now to talk to Solis, and before the wild pitch I wondered if he might be saying, look, go right after this guy. There's no way he can tie the game up because we darn sure don't want Freeman coming up with a chance to tie it.
One ball, 1 strike.
Braves dugout giving it to C.B. Buckner. I'm surprised it's taken this long for him to acknowledge it. It's been going on.
Well, if Swanson can reach, then the decision rests in the hands of Dusty Baker. Do you want the lefty Oliver Perez or the righty Coda Glover to face the left-hand hitting Braves first baseman? Popped up and out of play. Perez has faced only 3 left-handed hitters. They're 1 for 3 against him. Glover has held them to a 2 for 12 mark.
Freddie's certainly seen Oliver Perez a lot.
Right. But we got to get there first.
Yeah, got to get him on. And his fastball is good enough that you've got to respect that at 93 to 95 or 6. That's why his breaking pitch is pretty effective. Big pitch right here for the Nationals.
Full count for Dansby Swanson. Popped him up. And Eaton in center is going to put that away. And Washington gets out of a big 8th inning mess. We are off to the 9th. Nationals are shutting out the Braves in Game 1.
0-0 in the 9th inning, and welcome back into our set here in Battery Atlanta for this Xfinity game break. So let's take you out to Citi Field for another NL East battle. It's Georgia native Zach Wheeler pitching well for the Mets. He went 5 innings, only allowed 4 hits and 1 run while striking out 7. That game currently tied up at 2 apiece in the bottom of the 8th inning.
All right, Kelsey, thank you very much. We will see the Phillies and the Mets on our next road trip, which gets underway Friday. We'll get our first look at the Phillies. Then we're back in New York again already. And then we finish up our second road trip in Milwaukee with 3 against the Brewers. And then that takes us to May 1st. We head to the 9th inning with Matt Wieters set to lead off against Luke Jackson. Wieters doubled and scored the first Washington run tonight. Fly ball toward left. Bonifacio to his left has a lot of room. And there's the first out. Jackson's got 2 fly ball outs. May 19th is the first bobblehead night of the year. The first 20,000 fans walk away with an Ender Inciarte Game Ender bobblehead presented by Napa. Go to Braves.com and get your tickets today. Wilmer Difo 1 for 3 with a run and an RBI, and now a strike. Reds won tonight behind Bronson Arroyo. They beat Baltimore 9-3.
Bronson Arroyo, boy.
Yep.
Hanging in there. Good for him.
Didn't pitch for 2 years. And what a lift that is for the Cincinnati Reds, who, as we mentioned last night, have 4 starters already on the disabled list, and we're not out of the 3rd week in April.
Another team that's been suffering some real bad injury luck has been the Rockies. Is it John Gray?
Yeah. Toe problem.
Yeah, well, he jumped for a ball, came down funny on his foot, and he's got a broken bone in his foot. They're saying 2 months.
What a shame.
Golly.
The Rockies, one of the good stories in the early season. They're 9-5. They're tied with Arizona out west at the start of tonight's play. They're getting great work out of their bullpen. And that guy at third base is pretty darn good. Nolan Arenado.
Kind of guy you would pick to build your team around if you're starting a new one.
Two and two for Difo. Shot to center. Ender's going to catch that. And there's the second out. So Solis will be taken down. Washington will go to the bench. This is Michael Taylor. Made the opening day roster for the 3rd year. Did Michael Taylor this season, but
and if you don't know much about him, what do the notes tell you about him so that you'd know?
Well, he's a dynamic young outfield talent and enters the 2017 season with 5 career leadoff homers.
Well, dynamic outfield talent's about all I need.
That was all you needed?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that dynamic young outfield talent doesn't have a place to play on this team yet because their outfield is stacked with Harper, with Eaton, and of course Jason Worth. Oh, and 2. And fouled back.
Lineup Solis, 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, 2 wild pitches.
Strike 3 called, and an impressive inning and a third from Luke Jackson tonight.
Good arm.
That's one of the highlights. So it's last call for Atlanta. 3 to tie, 4 to win. Who better to start a rally than Freddie Freeman? He'll lead things off next. Nemesis for the Braves. They have been tonight, leading 3-0 in the 9th inning, and tonight's cold hard facts illustrate that. They're brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light.
Winning records against everybody except one team, and that one was really lopsided. Washington carried over some dominance from 2015 into last season. Braves held their own there late in the year, but Washington has pretty much owned them the last 2 years.
So now another in a long line of power arms ascending to the upper reaches of Washington's system. The hidden gem in the Nationals A's trade in 2013, Blake Treinen, who enters this season with 1 major league save. And he promptly gives up a first pitch hit to Freddie Freeman.
That's why you wanted him to come up last inning. Didn't matter who was pitching. Treinen is not exactly dazzling people. He's got 3 saves, but 6 innings. He's now given up 9 hits, 4 runs, 4 walks in 6 innings, and 7 strikeouts. There's also a homer mixed in there. It ain't over.
No, and by my count, Freddie has now reached in 10 consecutive plate appearances. Remarkable. So here's Markakis. Brandon Phillips to follow, then the pitcher's spot. Let's hope we get that far. Braves need 3 to tie. They have their 4th hit. Markakis digging in. Braves have used Chase Darno and Emilio Bonifacio off the bench. And Tyler Flowers said before the game on Braves Live that he might be able to give it a go as a pinch hitter. So keep that in mind if we get that far. 1 ball, no strikes. Even count.
And there is Tyler.
Almost hit him. Ball 2. When Treinen's right, he is a ground ball machine.
Yeah, his hard fastball, mid to upper 90s is a sinker. It is hard sink with a slider and a changeup that you just saw. Doesn't throw the changeup that much.
There's the ground ball. Murphy will go to second, and that's all Washington gets. They forced Freddie Freeman. That cost the Braves their first out in the 9th inning. Markakis aboard for Brandon Phillips. Murphy makes that play very well. We've seen him do that.
He does.
Twice tonight.
Yeah, he's got a good arm. That's what makes it.
Brandon Phillips 0 for 3. And Tyler Flowers is on deck. He will bat, barring a double play from Brandon here. 3-0 Nats. We're in the 9th. 1 out. And a bounding ball foul passed on Washington. 0-1.
Yeah, that spot in the order on deck is the pitcher's spot after the double switch.
A base hit to right. The Braves will bring the tying run to the plate. Nice piece of hitting from Brandon Phillips. And now you have to wonder if for Trident and the Nationals it's here we go again.
And if you're a sinker baller, last thing you want to do is leave the pitch up. That's what he did. And Phillips extends his hitting streak to 5 games.
So a man that was red hot before the hamstring started barking is Tyler Flowers. He was 2 for 3 when he left Sunday's game with a right hamstring strain. And is 9 for his last 19 at the plate.
Yeah, it's one thing to come off the bench cold in the 9th inning. It's another thing to come off after 2 days of not being in the game. So, a guy like this, you just don't want to be late. Put foot down and get your hand set. Get ready.
Nobody is up in the Washington bullpen. This is Trinan's game in the 9th.
Comes Murphy again. I have a feeling Murphy was a catcher somewhere along the way.
Good hitters count. 2 balls, no strikes. Another bad one, and the Braves will put the winning run at the plate. A single, a force out, another hit, and now a 3-0 count for pinch hitter Tyler Flowers. Four straight, and the bases are loaded.
How about it? Gonna have to run for Tyler, I would guess.
Johan Camargo will stand at first. So Flowers did his job. And the early season issues for the Washington Relief Corps have become apparent here in the 9th. Braves haven't broken through yet. But they are certainly saving their best attack and best chance for last here in the 9th inning. And Kurt Suzuki, the batter.
Well, we know that Kurt's a good fastball hitter. This guy just walked a guy on 4 pitches, so he's going to want to try to get ahead. If he grooves a fastball, look out.
Kurt's 0 for 3 tonight. Ball inside, and after the meeting with Maddox, the Nationals bullpen has begun to work. Do we dare dream that Kurt Suzuki could hit his 2nd career grand slam right here?
Why not? There's another guy that was vying for that closer role, Kelly, who begins to loosen up.
His first slam was his rookie year in 2007. 1 ball, no strikes. Bases loaded. Ball 2. When you're going like Trinan's going, the strike zone must look like a thimble.
Again, shrink your zone, look for a pitch in your wheelhouse, and try not to miss it.
Got that one to hit the mark at 96 miles an hour. That had a little anger behind it. 2-1, I beg your pardon, for Kurt Suzuki. Stayed high, 3-1.
They've been all fastballs, I believe. No reason to think he's not going to throw another one. 3-1. Got to be looking for it anyway.
Walked home a run.
Great patience by Suzuki.
And we'll see if Dusty Baker's patience has run out. They'll buy a few more pitches for Kelly in the bullpen. And now Dusty Baker to the top step. Is going to send Wieters out. That'll give Kelly a few more pitches. On a bases loaded walk for Suzuki. Brings home Nick Markakis. The Braves are on the board. Now the tying run is in scoring position. Winning runs at first base. And the parade of relievers will continue for the Washington skipper Dusty Baker. A run is in. Bases are loaded again for Atlanta. A fantastic finish, we hope, will follow. Win from Max Scherzer, and that was what we talked about, Joe, earlier tonight. Try to keep it close, get him out of the game, and take your chances with the Nationals bullpen.
And there is the game summary Freddie getting on base every time up tonight. 2 hits and 2 walks. Zimmerman had a big RBI hit his last time up to give the Nationals their 3rd run, and that's very instrumental right now. But the Braves are trying to figure out a way to come all the way back against Sean Kelly, whose fastball slider. And he throws 93 to 94, 95 with a slider. But take a look at these numbers. 6 games, 6.75 ERA, and he's pitched 5 1/3 innings. He's given up 3 home runs already in 5 1/3 innings, and in his career, 24 save opportunities. He's been successful 11 times out of 24. So he and Treinen were battling for this opportunity during spring training. It was given to Treinen, and neither one has distinguished themselves.
The Nationals bullpen has given up a run in 10 of their last 11 games. They've given up 1 tonight in the 9th. Emilio Bonifacio will hit again. Bases loaded for Atlanta in what's now a 3-1 game. And a strike.
Remember, Camargo now represents the tying run at second base, and he's got good speed running for Tyler Flowers.
Only swung through it.
Emilio got a big hit yesterday in the rally in the 9th inning. Dumped one into left field. Let's see if he can do it again. Anyway, any place.
0-2. Popped up. That's going to hang up for Harper near the line, and he'll make the grab in foul ground. Phillips went halfway and scrambles back to 3rd. So Bonifacio pops out for the 2nd out. Kelly gets the first man he's assigned, and now the Braves' fate rests with Chase d'Arnaud.
If you know coming down the line that Harper's throw is going to be that far off the mark, you keep coming, but he's got such a good arm, you can't trust that here in this situation.
Well, Chase had a hit last time. Let's see if he can come through here with Braves down to their last out. No swing, ball 1. Nobody up in the Washington pen. If d'Arnaud can somehow reach, Ender Inciarte waits in the on-deck circle.
Nationals are playing Chase straight up, outfield straight up.
Good cut, but he didn't get it. One ball, one strike. A high slider called a strike.
Second high strike called this inning. So now you got to battle. Got to put it in play somewhere and hope to find a hole.
1-2. Fouled straight back. He had it covered.
That high strike call earlier, though, in the count caused him to have to try and go after that one.
So here we go again. A ball and 2 strikes. You said he's got a battle. He's doing exactly that.
Well, he's getting a little better timing too. That was a good swing. He was right on it. Just exactly what Freddie Freeman said about his at bat last night and his game tying homer in the 8th. Was that he was a little late on the first 2, but his timing was better on the 3rd.
Phillips, Camargo, and Suzuki are the base runners. Darno versus Sean Kelly. The Braves down to their last strike again.
You can see Chase choked up on the bat. Kelly yelling some instructions to Wieters, almost like a 2-pitch sequence here, about 1 pitch to set up another. They're ahead in the count, nowhere to put Darno, but let's see if they go with a breaking ball to set up something else.
Fouled away. And this is where Chase has really done a good job in his big league career. Did you know he has a lifetime .324 pinch hitting average in the major leagues? And he's fouled off at least 3 pitches once he's gotten 2 strikes.
And that was an attempt at a slider, and it wasn't a very good one.
We'll do it again. And this time Kelly gets his man. Wieters steps on home plate, and that is your ball game. The Nationals survive a very shaky 9th inning and snap the Braves' 5-game winning streak tonight by a final score of 3-1. Big win for Max Scherzer. Mike Foltynewicz, the tough luck loser for Atlanta.
Hang on a second. Hang on just a second, because Ron Washington is asking if that ball was foul tipped and then caught on 1 hop. If it was foul tipped, then the inning would continue, and the umpires are conferring. And that game is not over.
Wow, you're right.
The game is not over, folks. Don't go home.
The Nationals are already in the middle of the field shaking hands. Let's see, was it tipped?
Well, this is all from Ron Washington asking about it, and the answer is no.
So the umpires are going to gather and discuss this.
Now the Nationals are walking off. Or maybe it's their bench players that are walking off. You have to get the lawnmowers off the field, turn the sprinklers off. Yeah. We got trucks on the field. Come on, clear the field. This is everybody. The umpires are walking off, and Ron Washington stopped C.B. Buckner and said that ball was foul tipped. It hit the ground. Asked the other guys, and they conferred and said, yes, we think it was foul tipped. Let's do it again. Wheelbarrows.
So this is the real tool race.
Yes, it is.
Well, you talk about a second chance.
This is not reviewable,
and thank goodness, because there's conclusive evidence that he did not tip that ball.
Right.
And if the Braves somehow, some way steal this one, I mean, that's not even close.
Good for you, Ron Washington.
So he's at least stolen 1 more pitch and 1 more chance for the Braves to pull off a miracle. So those calls are even. Remember, Kurt Suzuki was grazed by a pitch, and didn't get first base.
The game wasn't on the line then.
It is now.
Good for you, Chase. Get after it, son.
No disputing this one. Wieters makes sure. And now, at last, that's your ball game. Washington beats the Braves in game 1. 3-1 is tonight's final. What a crazy finish. We'll recap it for you from SunTrust Park in a moment.